like baseball helmets. This lane. I knew there was another Greyhound there. I heard them, yeah, there was when I was in there eating, there was a Greyhound driver got on the PA telling all the westbound passengers to get on the bus, but apparently I had a feeling there was another one that came in. Hardly anybody actually came in the building, but it kind of seemed like there was a bit more activity there going on at this hour than I expected. How about I use this ramp? I noticed last time I came through here it was faster than it. Making a left turn here last time I came through here, I did this turn at the same time another truck was taking the cloverleaf side, and I found out that my side was faster. So I go this way. It's still saying that I have less than 3/4 fuel. What the hell? So that's a terrible ramp there. Forgot that the interchange, or that the acceleration lane was non-existent there. That's not good. So that's a reason to say maybe use the cloverleaf next time for more safety reasons.
Last year, there was so much cash on the sidelines earning very, very little. And at the risk of recession, scared a lot of people last year, and they stayed in cash. About 38% of investors are in cash. BlackRock's president, Rob Capito, stands on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, NYSE, in New York, U.S. May 31, 2019. Reuters, Lucas Jackson. Demand for stocks will continue to rise as life expectancy rises, said Capito, adding that living longer is a positive driving force for stock market growth. I think right now there is more demand than there are assets, which tells me that the stock markets across the globe will continue to rise, said Capito. Demand driven by rising life expectancy, combined with low unemployment and global growth, point to a positive outlook for the economy, he said. I'm leaving this conference even more optimistic than I was last year, said Capito. It's just that people are having a problem, because of so many other social and political issues, of trying to feel optimistic. We want to keep investors focused on the prize. It's about creating alpha, it's about returns. So I think I'm very optimistic, and companies have told me they're very optimistic as well. They're just a little nervous about pushing it too far. Sarah Painter is a reporter at Yahoo Finance. Follow her on Twitter at Sarah Painter. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance.
Okay, that article's absolutely right. If you don't put any money away into like a retirement plan, you will never be able to afford to retire. And you're going to spend your geriatric times working as a door greeter at McDonald's and at Walmart, or flipping burgers at McDonald's or whatever else, just because you can't afford to not do it. Not a way to live retired life. And a lot of people run into a lot of medical problems when they get older, and it gets expensive. Should always put money aside for that. And then let it, and just put it in stops, let it, and ignore it for the rest of your, ignore it for 30 years. You'll be quite happy at the end, in all likelihood.
Article 138 of 201. Second child molester serving life sentence dies after being attacked by Central California inmate, officials KTLA.com 2 hours ago. A second convicted child molester who was serving a life sentence in Central California has died following an attack by a fellow inmate, state prison officials announced Wednesday. Graham de Luis Conde, 62, succumbed to his injuries Sunday, 3 days after he and another prisoner were beaten at California Substance Abuse Treatment Facility and State Prison in Corcoran. Jonathan Watson, 41, used a weapon to strike de Luis Conde and 48-year-old David Bobb, leaving both men with multiple head wounds, according to a news release from the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. The Associated Press reported the weapon was a walking cane. Bob died while being transported to a hospital, and de Luis Conde later died at the medical center. The deaths are being investigated as a homicide, according to the release. Both men were serving life sentences without the possibility of parole for aggravated sexual assault of a child under the age of 14, officials said. De Luis Conde had been at the prison since June 21, 2001, and Bob was received there from San Diego County on October 17, 2005. Watson is serving a life sentence for first-degree murder. He has been at the Corcoran prison since Sept. 4, 2009. An AP analysis in 2015 found that male sex offenders were being killed at a rate double their percentage in California's prison population, often because they are targeted by other inmates for their crimes against children. The prison houses more than 5,400 inmates and specializes in substance abuse treatment. The Associated Press contributed to this story. Article 139 of 201. Pursuit suspect found hiding in Victorville family's backyard. BBNG.com 5 hours ago. Victorville, Caliph. BBNG.com, a suspect who ran from police after a pursuit in a stolen vehicle was found hiding in a backyard of a Victorville home, officials said. It happened on Tuesday, January 21, 2020, when a couple of Victorville deputies patrolling in the Alttown area and spotted a suspected stolen 2012 Toyota Sienna in the area of 6th and Lincoln Streets. Deputies Fred and Baltiero pulled behind the Toyota, and the driver, Kevin Earl Caldwell, 36, of Victorville, sped up and led the deputies on a pursuit. The pursuit continued for approximately 2 miles before Caldwell jumped out of the van in the area of La Paz and Mojave Drives in Victorville. He ran across the 15 freeway and into a neighborhood near Sueño and Village Drive, officials said. Multiple deputies and Sheriff's Aviation responded to the area and conducted a search for Caldwell. According to a sheriff's news release, he was spotted in the backyard of a residence by the aviation unit, who guided deputies on the ground to the location. Caldwell was taken into custody and arrested. He was booked at High Desert Detention Center for vehicle theft and evading a peace officer with disregard for safety. Caldwell was also found to be on probation and had an active warrant for violating his probation. Caldwell is being held without bail due to violating his post-release community supervision (PRCS). He is scheduled to appear in Victorville Superior Court on January 23, 2020. Anyone with information about this investigation is asked to contact Deputy D. Pratt or Deputy M. Baltiera at the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911 or Sheriff's Dispatch at 760-956-5001. Callers wishing to remain anonymous are urged to call the WeTip hotline at 1-800-78-CRIME, 27463, or you may leave the information on the WeTip website at. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 130,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 140 of 201. Joe Rogan thinks the royal family is ridiculous. Here's why. Ever since Meghan Markle and Prince Harry tied the knot, the royal family has enjoyed a wide degree of popularity across the United States. However, Joe Rogan is not interested. In fact, if anything, he thinks the royal family is a little bit ridiculous. During a recent episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, the comedian and fight commentator explained in greater detail why he finds the royal family a little bit absurd, and even discusses their income. What's going on with Brexit? View this post on Instagram. After many months of reflection and internal discussions, we have chosen to make a transition this year in starting to carve out a progressive new role within this institution. We intend to step back as senior members of the royal family and work to become financially independent while continuing to fully support Her Majesty the Queen. It is with your encouragement, particularly over the last few years, that we feel prepared to make this adjustment. We now plan to balance our time between the United Kingdom and North America, continuing to honor our duty to the Queen, the Commonwealth, and our patronages. This geographic balance will enable us to raise our son with an appreciation for the royal tradition into which he was born, while also providing our family with the space to focus on the next chapter, including the launch of our new charitable entity. We look forward to sharing the full details of this exciting next step in due course, as we continue to collaborate with Her Majesty the Queen, the Prince of Wales, the Duke of Cambridge and all relevant parties. Until then, please accept our deepest thanks for your continued support. The Duke and Duchess of Sussex. For more information, please visit sussexroyal.com, link in bio, image copyright PA. A post shared by the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, at Sussex Royal, on January 8, 2020 at 10:33 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. In a move that seemed to shock many other royal family members and members of the public, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle have announced their intention to step down from the roles as senior royals. On an Instagram post, a caption read in part, "After many months of reflection and internal discussions, we have chosen to make a transition this year in starting to carve out a progressive new role within this institution. We intend to step back as senior members of the royal family and work to become financially independent while continuing to fully support Her Majesty the Queen." The Queen has since announced her support for their decision to leave the step down from their roles in the royal family. Buckingham Palace released a statement that read, "Today my family had very constructive discussions on the future of my grandson and his family. My family and I are entirely supportive of Harry and Meghan's desire to create a new life as a young family. Although we would have preferred them to remain full-time working members of the royal family, we respect and understand their wish to live a more independent life as a family while remaining a valued part of my family. Harry and Meghan have made clear that they do not want to be reliant on public funds in their new lives. It has therefore been agreed that there will be a period of transition in which the Sussexes will spend time in Canada and the UK. These are complex matters for my family to resolve, and there is some more work to be done, but I have asked for final decisions to be reached in the coming days," continued the message. What Joe Rogan's guest thinks. Joe Rogan, host of the Joe Rogan Experience, Michael Schwartz, Wire Image. Joe Rogan hosted Mike Baker on a recent episode of the Joe Rogan Experience, during which the two discussed the royal family, as well as Meghan Markle and Prince Harry. Joe Rogan asked Baker what he thought about Prince Harry stepping down. Baker started out by saying, "Well, it probably makes sense because I don't know that he's the sharpest tool in the box, and he's probably thinking, I can make a lot more money. But they're not supposed to make any money off of being a member of the royal family." So they're given allotments, allowances, living expenses, explained Baker. Rogan asked how much, and Baker replied, it's a significant amount. They've got a house in the grounds of Windsor Castle they could have continued to live in. But here's my point, they can do whatever the F***ck they want, but it would have been nice if they told their grandmother, so they didn't have to find out on the news. Why Joe Rogan thinks the royal family is ridiculous. Joe Rogan, host of the Joe Rogan Experience, Michael S. Schwartz, Getty Images. Joe Rogan and Mike Baker continued to discuss the royal family, as well as their finances and how public funds are used. Rogan also had a few thoughts on how the royals could continue to expand their finances. Rogan said, well listen, they're already so popular, all they need to do is start endorsing F***ing makeup lines and sneakers and watches and sh**t, and next thing you know, she's a millionaire. Rogan then inquired, well how much do they make from the royal family? Do you think they hide that sh**t? Baker explained, I think he got from his mother, as an inheritance he got some $9 million, and she's probably worth about $6 million alone for her acting career. After some research, Joe Rogan discovered the Queen's income. He explained, the Queen received $58 million free of tax from the sovereign grant in the 2016-2017 fiscal year. What kind of goofy sh**t is that? They give them $103 million in the next year to help finance the extensive renovation of Buckingham Palace. Imagine being a poor person and you find out that the Queen, who literally does nothing, is making $100 million a year, continued Rogan, clearly taken aback. Article 141 of 201. Celadon Drain.
Okay, they didn't even talk about the parts of it that annoy me about all that crap. Like, I don't give a rat's ass about royalty stuff. It's an archaic political system. It's on the stupid belief that only people who are genetically linked to like people who actually had any kind of power and influence or brains or whatever back in the day are the only ones capable of effectively running a country or an empire or whatever. It's ridiculous. You can have a super smart person, actually two super smart people, marry each other or whatever and have kids. It's not a guarantee the kids are going to be worth it, very, very smart or, have great social skills or manners or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's kind of funny. I just talked about how what is it, Prince Harry or whatever. I always get them mixed up. I don't know. I guess it's Harry. He was just talking about how he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. Now I don't know if that's the truth or not, but the point is somebody has this impression that he's not the smartest guy in the world. It's an insult to the fact that other people are far more capable of effectively running a country who might not be part of this special family. I don't know, Lisa, maybe you can help me make a little more sense of that, because you're from there, so I just don't get it personally. Like I say, I think it's a very archaic system, and not to take away anything from the royal family, but I don't think they deserve special treatment just because they're part of a certain family. Maybe you can educate me some more also on exactly what kind of role in government they all play there, because that is an American... That is a common American belief, is that the royal family there doesn't even really do anything. It's more like ceremonial or something, or like just a ritual thing, or who knows. I think I have read actually that the Queen actually does play a role in UK politics. So, where was I? I think when the House of Commons and what's your other one there? I they basically push bills, kind of like the way the U.S. has a Democratic Republic kind of political system. Something similar, but instead of a president, you got the Queen, who's basically you can't elect them. I know you have the Prime Minister, but and that's the other thing. How do you where are the differences between what the Prime Minister does and then what the Queen or King or whoever the hell it is does? I'm a little ignorant on all that. That'd be worth explaining that. Okay, so Lisa, you were gone. I was just talking about, maybe you can educate us on the role of royal family on UK politics, being that you're from there. Because I was talking about how I think it's an archaic government system. It's ridiculous. It's instilled in the belief that only certain families had any kind of like intelligence or mannerisms or whatever that were worthy of somebody who could fit to lead a country. That'd be something interesting, actually, if let's do like a podcast or something with you, Lisa, where you can talk about all that. Help educate us ignorant Americans about that. Obviously, we don't know much about royalty except for what's in history books. Maybe get your take and all that kind of stuff, because writing it out there, right there, probably, well, I guess, yeah, it'd still be useful there, but it'd be kind of cool if people actually have Americans could have a way of getting a little bit more educated on that. They can either reinforce their view on why they like it, why they pay so much attention to the royal family, or reinforce views on why nobody should care about them. Okay, Queen rules the UK. Prime Minister runs the government. Prime Minister still has to go to the Queen to get things authorized. Okay. So Prime Minister, you would say, is kind of more like a Vice President in a way, it sounds like. And then the Queen would be like the President in a way. But of course the Queen's role, you can't elect her. It's just whoever's the top person, the matriarch or patriarch of the family, happens to be the one in charge, is what I'm assuming. As the head of state, she has to stay mutual in the politics. which in my opinion gets way too much. Or followed as heavily as they do. Brought up on kings and queens, castles and knights, as you guys were brought up on the Wild West. And I remember the U.S. was, I don't want to offend any Native Americans or American Indians, however you want to refer to them, but we'll just say the English settlers. Before the U.S. actually became the country that it is today, it was basically a lot of English settlers that was it was under English rule too. Basically, it was an English territory or colonies, whatever. So there actually were royal roots here originally, but then. The American Revolution and all that, that whole situation changed. We are not the only country to have royalty. Other European Union nations have royal families also. This guy's all over the lane, isn't he? Guy in front of me, or maybe not, I don't know. So what would you say the pros and cons are from your experience with having I think you guys call it a constitutional monarchy? Isn't that what your kind of government is there? I think that's what I remember reading. Versus having something, let's just say like what we have here, which we call a democratic republic. been brought up with them. But there was talk of getting the president there. But that didn't go down well. Okay, so what you're saying there, it kind of sounds like, I guess you would call yourselves British commoners? You know, just regular UK citizens. I guess majority seem to support staying with the constitutional monarchy system and not switching to having an elected president or prime minister, I should say. Well, there are a lot of countries where they have ministers of this or that, and it's, you know, they still have elected presidents too, but you know, they'll have like minister of defense, minister of, you know, commerce or whatever, kind of like cabinet members underneath the governmental systems that seem to be not too far off from what we have here in the U.S. Or maybe a little more corrupt or something. Interesting though, because it does make you wonder if it's, you know, how much of it is because they think the system's just fine the way it is, and maybe they're afraid of change, or whatever else. I don't know. I mean, it could just be that where, hey, it's not broke, why fix it? Weird to have a president of the UK. Yeah, because as old as the UK is, and as long as it's been ruled by a monarchy, I have to agree, it'd be, I guess, weird to imagine it, but I mean, you never know. It actually could work out well too. I mean, not everything has to be steeped in tradition. There's another FedEx truck. Yep, sure is. See, just enough for the light, you know, my light shining on their logo to see that's FedEx. He's definitely doing more than 67 because it's taking me a long time to catch up to him. Seems to be doing at least 68 or 69. Okay, at least it continues. I mean, the monarchy is very, I'm gonna deal with FedEx here. Very traditional with the Queen. And other members of the family are trying to modernize it a little bit, okay? Which, I mean, it makes sense. You know, younger generations tend to have a little bit more progressive views and tend to be a little more receptive to reinventing the wheel, I guess, or trying new things and see what happens. Kind of like dealing with technology. You get someone who's in their maybe 50s and 60s, they tend to have a lot harder time with technology, like computers and all that. They don't tend to be as savvy. They don't tend to have the mindset to kind of tinker around with different things on computer programs, whatever. They don't catch on to you know, some of the nuances that are common across different programs or platforms, whatever. They just tend to be anyone in our age group, because I'm 46. Alright, anyway, I guess some of more of my age group were, I grew up without computer technology early on, and then when I was in school, computers actually started to become more of a thing. And actually, I was, I think I might have been exposed to computers earlier than a lot of Americans were, because back then, when I was younger, Commodore 64 and stuff like that were the big thing, and not very many households actually had that. My parents were, I wouldn't say well off, but they were not poor either in our struggles financially, but I'd say I grew up middle class. We always had something like my dad was always into technology though. He's going quite slow. Someone who might be in my age group, or a lot of you watching might also be in a similar age group, where you might be a little more kind of right in between the line, where you can do just fine without computer technology, but you also do well with computers and or technology or whatever, and you figure things out fairly quickly on your own, even without having to read a manual or something. And then of course you get the younger generation, millennials and even younger, who they don't know a life without technology. So a lot of them might be it might have been part of their school experience too, where they learned all these different little nuances about common computer programs, or who knows. Even phone apps probably could be useful in schools for people to learn. Coming up here on the Petro, just west of Deming. That you gave me with that statement there, how the younger members of the royal family seem to be more willing to embrace new ways of doing things. It's pretty interesting the conversations we can come up with here. That's what I like by having those articles. They spark a lot of good dialogue and interaction here, where it's not just quiet time watching looking at someone driving down the road or something. We can actually interact and have intellectual or educational or whatever kind, or just who knows, entertainment of some sort, conversations. 64. So I've only driven 45 miles and my gauge has already dropped that far. And if I just about filled up my left tank, I evidently had more fuel in the tank than my indicator was suggesting I had. No, when I filled up there in Lordsburg, no, I was indicating I was down below a quarter of a tank, just a little bit, which I thought was odd. Actually, the whole time since I got the truck back, it's been kind of doing that. I actually had some, little indication issues that were intermittent before. But I just kept getting the impression that I was burning more fuel than I really was. So I've been making more frequent fuel stops just to be abundantly cautious and not put myself in a position where I can possibly run out of fuel. So anyway, I had to stop for my 30-minute break anyway in Lordsburg because I was down to virtually no time left on my clock. Actually, by the time I got through getting my fuel, I was backing into my spot. I was actually right at 0 minutes left on my 8-hour clock. Anyway, like I posted in the JCT group during my 30 that you commented on, I got 50 gallons of fuel in Tucson. I put some of it in the left tank, some of it in the right tank. And it got me up to over a quarter of a tank, over half a tank is what it said. And then just trying to get from there to Lordsburg, which is only, 140 or so miles? 140, 150 miles. It went from over a half a tank to under a quarter, or just under a quarter. So I started to wonder if maybe I was pissing out fuel somewhere. I was even thinking, well, someone else had brought up in the other stream, maybe it's a fuel filter. I go, well, that can't be it because I just got a brand new fuel filter when I just had a PM done. And I got a brand new fuel filter. And when I'm doing my pre-trips, I'm not seeing the fuel level is not even coming up above the little bowl thing. It's not even up into the clear part of it. And I'm not seeing any evidence of fuel leaks on the ground or elsewhere in the area. Like maybe the pop, like the gate valve for the water separator. Like maybe it got left open or something. That's I'm not. There's nothing coming out of there. No leaks at my tanks. And like I said, when I ended up going down to less than a quarter of a tank remaining. Okay, I have about 110 gallon tanks in this truck. And when I got 60 gallons, I put it all in the left side only because when I looked at the right side with the flashlight, it looked like it was more than half full. Which started to make me wonder if my leveling valve is not working correctly or something, because it's supposed to, as you know, basically the pickup is on the left side, the indicator's on the left side, but remember the transmitter, whatever. Well, you got the check valve there in between, the check valve's in between the new check valve, whatever, that's in between the tanks to keep them at the same level. And I was getting the impression that the right side tank wasn't actually sending any of the fuel to the right side tank, or to the left side tank, whatever. However, I say, if I was down to less than a quarter of a tank, actually it was saying an eighth, then I should have been down to less than 20 gallons of fuel in that tank. But when I got 60 gallons of fuel, I damn near filled it up. I probably could have gotten maybe another 5 gallons in there before I would have been maxed out in that tank. So it told me what I really had in that tank was probably closer to 40-ish gallons, which should have been easily able to get me at least another 150 miles of driving just out of that tank. see if they can change it or something. I might have to get back to the, maybe on a, next time I get a PM done, I'll bring that up, I'll raise that issue and have them check it out. I'm not going to have my truck down for maintenance longer than necessary, or, and if I'm going to have it down, I'd rather it be when I'm going to be sitting at home and don't have to sit and pay for hotel rooms and stuff like, well, you know that experience. You just had that experience yourself the other day. Yeah, this issue, I think it's an indication problem and not actually anything else. Because I just did a swap today, and now this is a really heavy load. When the other driver picked it up in Yuma at Taylor Farms, and it was originally overweight. I think he said he weighed over 81,000 gross, and they ended up taking 2 pallets off. And when he scaled it again, it was just a hair over 79,000. But when I got through with the swap, and he said he had like 3/4 tank of fuel. So I get there and I do the swap. I do the swap with him. I show him. I had gone over there to scale my own load anyway. So and they told me they talked to me about doing the swap right when I was doing my pre-trip for them, just a few miles before going there. But anyway, do the swap. I'm thinking I have over, maybe about a little over half a tank of fuel. But I go to, when I get through with the swap, I go to scale my load and it's at 79.7. Pretty well balanced load. It's because I had 11,580, I think it was on the steers. But then it was 34,120 on the drives, and then right at 34 on the tandems. And I figured, okay, I can just burn off 20 pounds of fuel and I'll be good to go on the weight. Yeah, well, I got an APU exemption on all these states anyway, and 120 pounds over on it. Even without an APU exemption, it's not likely that any scale house is going to worry about that anyway, due to calibration tolerance. Anyway, I've been trying to keep my my fuel as long as I have this load with me, just to make sure I stay under 80,000 pounds, and to try to keep my axle weights within limit too. Just to be absolutely certain that I won't have any reason to be concerned about anything. And I find out I'm probably putting more fuel in my truck than I need to, because my truck keeps telling me that I have less than I really have. So yeah, I'm going to recheck it again when I get to El Paso, because I'm going to be swapping this load again. Basically, that's why I swapped in the first place, because the other guy that I swapped with, because of the detention time, basically the delay trying to get the load, and I guess he didn't help the situation, because he took the load all the way to Tucson before he bothered to scale it, and then I guess he had to take it all the way back to Yuma to get it reworked. So I guess he got questioned about why didn't you scale it right there in town? Because I guess he made a mistake of thinking it wasn't as heavy as it really was, and yeah, it wouldn't be a big deal that that he could just scale it whenever he would get to wherever he was going to stop anyway. Oops, yeah, that didn't work out so well. That happened, and then they need a swap, and I guess the guy was a little apprehensive about doing a swap in the first place, because he 300. So even with my load, he's going to have a chance to possibly drop it somewhere, or even get a swap that'll get him back to Southern Cal, and in a position where he can get one of those Colton and New Haiti, or what do they call it? Yeah, is it New Haiti? The one over by Houston? One of those loads, or St. Juan load, or whatever, something, any load that'll get him into Houston. Yeah, he's got that possibility though. Well, his load, yeah, of course, because he was out of time there, I guess, when he got back to Yuma, and spent about 6 hours of his clock getting reworked. So put the load in a bad spot. And I guess Taylor Farms wasn't happy with JCT because of that. Yeah, because I guess they had to tell Taylor Farms that the driver went all the way to Tucson before they bothered to scale the load and had to come back. And which added it basically had a lot to do with why the load's running behind. So, and even if I ran it, I was on a brand new 14-hour clock and only by the time I got to him. Even doing that, me personally, I was still not going to be able to deliver the load on time. I was going to show up there. If I keep this load the entire time, I was going to. I think I was pacing for about 11 about 2,300 to 2,400 tomorrow night. Or I guess tonight now. Basically, about 21, 22 hours from now. And it needs to be there before 2000. So I was going to be at least 3 or 4 hours late on it regardless. Because I can't, it's too far for me to reach on one shift. So I have to do a 10. So now what they ended up doing is they set me up where I'm going to swap with another driver in El Paso. And the other driver's load is also going to Dallas, but it's not due until 9 a.m. the following morning. So it gives me time to, it has time on it where I can do the swap, take a 10 either there in El Paso or get it further up the road to Van Horn or wherever, do a 10-hour break, and then still have time to take a longer than 10-hour break and then get moving again to get it delivered on time. Whereas this guy, as soon as his 10-hour break's up, he can get rolling with it and deliver it and drop it as soon as it even gets there. Yeah, there is a Love's in Yuma. It's off exit 3, I think it is. And then my pickup was off exit 7. The Flying J is off exit 12. And since, usually with Taylor Farms, like you said, I usually go over to the Love's and fill it. Of course, I don't even know if that Flying J over there even has showers. I think I don't recall. I think they do. Regardless, we have a load that was running late, but now when I get through doing a swap, it's going to have a really good chance of being delivered on time now, and then I can also deliver the other guy's load on time. Yeah, little mistakes like that can be really costly though for a carrier's reputation with the customer.
drain cash of Canadian trucking business, former Hindman executive alleges with video, FreightWaves. Celadon Group depleted the cash generated by the profitable core business of Hindman Transport without leaving sufficient funds for employees and creditors after its sudden shutdown, the Canadian trucking company's former chief financial officer alleges in a forthcoming court filing.
Yeah, we knew that was the
Jeff
case.
Sipple details the allegations in an affidavit that a lawyer representing more than 200 former Hindman employees and contractors seeking $2.3 million in unpaid compensation plans to file in Ontario Superior Court on Wednesday as part of forthcoming Canadian bankruptcy proceedings. Sipple, Hindman's CFO at the time of the December 9 closure, alleges that Celadon's transfers from Hindman's accounts, in effect, undermined former employees' preferential standing under Canadian law and that its failure to initiate timely bankruptcy proceedings in Canada deprived them of federal benefits. I am also concerned that prior to ceasing operations, Celadon diverted funds from the accounts of Hindman Canada without ensuring there will be sufficient cash left to pay amounts owing to employees as well other Canadian creditor claims, Sipple said in the affidavit. The former executive does not accuse Celadon of intentionally trying to harm former employees. But he raises serious concerns about cash transfers before and after Hindman's closure and its efforts to sell off Hindman's facilities in Canada. Sipple's claims, including that Hindman had a net positive cash flow of more than $600,000 in November and had several $1 million in receivables, also raised questions about why Celadon opted to close the trucking company rather than sell it intact. Sipple intends to serve as the representative for the former employees, primarily truck drivers, as they seek $2.3 million in unpaid compensation from Hindman's Canadian assets. Sipple contends that he is owed about $77,000. Celadon is planning to file for recognition of its Chapter 11 bankruptcy proceedings in Canada, perhaps as early as Thursday. A court-appointed receiver will oversee the liquidation of Hindman's assets and payments to creditors. A judge in Canada has barred Celadon from transferring funds to creditors in U.S. Chapter 11 proceedings are selling assets in Canada without his approval. A lawyer for Hindman Transport did not immediately respond to FreightWaves' request for comment. Tags. Bankruptcies Canadian Trucking Celadon Group Hindman Transport Trucking Failures. Article 142 of 201. Supreme Court Justices clash over major school choice case, Fox News. Close. Video. Supreme Court considers key religious schools case. Espinoza v. Montana Department of Revenue could make it easier for Americans to use public money to pay for religious education in states across the nation, Jillian Turner reports from the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court appeared closely split during oral arguments Wednesday in a case with potentially major implications for the school choice movement, as the justices, including Chief Justice John Roberts, who presided over President Trump's impeachment trial the previous night until 2 a.m., sparred with the lawyers and each other. The case, Montana Department of Revenue v. Espinoza, centers around a tax credit scholarship program passed in May 2015 that gave Montanans up to a $150 credit for donating to private scholarship organizations, helping students pay for their choice of private schools. The state's Revenue Department made a rule banning those tax credit scholarships from going to religious schools before the state's Supreme Court later struck down the entire law. Supreme Court to hear case that could bring major changes in school choice laws. I feel that we're being excluded simply because we are people of religious background, or because our children want to go to a religious school, Kendra Espinoza, a mother who sends her children to a religious school and is the lead plaintiff in the case, said after the arguments. We're here to stand up for our rights as people of faith to have the same opportunities that a secular school child would have. Montana's program was similar to many across the U.S., and other states have proposed tax credit scholarship programs but not passed them due to confusion about their legality. In this case, the Montana Department of Revenue said providing tax credits for donations that later help pay tuition at private schools amounts to indirect funding of religious education by the state, in violation of the No Aid Clause, also known as a Blaine Amendment. If the justices were to reverse Montana's decision, it could open the door to more scholarship and voucher programs across the U.S., following the High Court's recent trend of expanding religious liberty. At the Supreme Court Wednesday, Espinosa's lawyers, a team from the Libertarian Institute for Justice, argued the program was voided simply because it afforded a religious option, and the U.S. Supreme Court should restore what the Montana legislature passed. That point caused some disagreement among the justices, as Justice Elena Kagan argued the result of the Montana Supreme Court's ruling, that neither secular nor religious private schools were receiving government money, meant there was no need for the Supreme Court to step in. Justice Samuel Alito disagreed, citing case law that a decision made with unconstitutional motives was necessarily invalid, even if the concrete actions taken by the government were not necessarily illegal. As a result of this challenge, what has happened is that neither the parents who want to send their children to religious schools nor the parents who want to send their children to secular schools get what they would like to get, Kagan said, challenging Espinosa's lawyer. So they're both being treated the same way. Kendra Espinosa and her daughters. Espinosa is a plaintiff in a school choice case that's made its way to the Supreme Court's Institute for Justice. Steve Daines' pro-Second Amendment bill aims to protect law-abiding gun owners taking firearms across state lines. Alito later responded, "No, isn't the crucial question why the state court did what it did. If it did what it did for an unconstitutionally discriminatory reason, then there's a problem." Justice Brett Kavanaugh pressed the Montana DOR's lawyer, Adam Unikowski, on the distinction between religious and secular schools versus schools representing different religions. Suppose the state said we're going to allow the scholarship funds to be used for secular schools or Protestant schools but not for Jewish schools or Catholic schools.
Yeah.
Unconstitutional, Kavanaugh asked. After Unikowski replied that it would be, Kavanaugh went on, "So what's different when you say the scholarship funds can be used for secular schools but not for Protestant, Jewish, Catholic or other religious schools because of the religious status? Government money going to religious schools doesn't necessarily violate the First Amendment, but appeals courts are split on whether excluding such schools from programs like Montana's violates religious freedom, which is likely part of the reason why the Supreme Court agreed to hear Espinosa's case. So what's different when you say the scholarship funds can be used for secular schools but not for Protestant, Jewish, Catholic or other religious schools because of the religious status?" Justice Brett Kavanaugh. This case has drawn tremendous interest, with nearly 50 different friend of the court briefs filed on its merits, advocating for either Espinosa or the Montana DOR's stance. Groups weighing in include the Libertarian Cato Institute, large groups of states on both sides of the issue, former Wisconsin governor and school choice advocate Scott Walker, several members of Congress, the Trump administration, the Freedom from Religion Foundation and more. One of the groups that submitted a brief was Americans United for the Separation of Church and State. In a press release Wednesday, group CEO Rachel Laser cautioned that forcing taxpayers to fund religious education violates the religious freedom of the taxpayer. Never before has the Supreme Court ruled that states must fund private religious education. It should not do so now, she said. Forcing taxpayers to fund religious education or private religious schools that discriminate against students, families and employees would be a fundamental violation of religious freedom. We urge the Supreme Court to honor the promise of religious freedom upon which our nation was founded by upholding the Montana Supreme Court's ruling striking down the private school voucher program. Supreme Court turns away case that could have helped Dems get UNREDACTED Mueller report.
No, they're over on the other side.
Maynan Ellingson, a delegate to the 1972 Montana Constitutional Convention.
Okay, the vehicle with the flashing lights over there, I couldn't tell if there was around a curve was coming up, so I had actually intentionally slowed down to get FedEx and UPS past me soon enough where if when I got closer to these guys, I had the option to move over if it came down to doing it. If I came down to needing to do it. Because I could tell there was a curve coming up. I couldn't tell where they were at in relation to the curve or which side of the freeway they were on, though. So I was trying to plan ahead on that one. Ended up guessing wrong on where they were actually at, but it happens. It's just when I was look way ahead and try to avoid conflicts, traffic conflicts or unsafe situations, well in advance. So I see someone up on the right shoulder further up here too. Unfortunately, I think an ungoverned truck gaining on me pretty fast, and I don't think that he's aware that there's right shoulder traffic over there. coming up on me. All right, thank you. He just signaled I can come over. I wasn't going to take it until he offered it, so since he offered, yeah, all right, great. Truckers over, or even four-wheeler traffic. Give people opportunity to move over if there's someone on the right shoulder. It's safer for everybody. You never know when that person on the right shoulder is going to suddenly come out from their, come out from either the front of the vehicle or out of the driver's seat and right into your path, or they might even pull out suddenly onto the road right in front of you, in front of somebody actually already in. You guys who follow me regularly know I've already talked about that, where somebody I know I used to work with, and I was an aircraft mechanic. He was basically he was a mechanic who worked on the support equipment that we use. He got killed in a car accident that was exactly that. He stopped on the right shoulder for some stupid reason on I-5 over by what is it, Buttonwillow area, yeah, kind of over by Bakersfield. And then even worse, he didn't have a seatbelt on, and he decided to pull out onto the road after being on the shoulder, and did it right in front of another vehicle. I think I heard it was a semi-truck. The truck couldn't do anything. It wasn't able to avoid him, just plowed right into the back of him, and because he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, basically his body ricocheted off the chair and then went right through the windshield, and he ended up getting killed in that. You have to assume a right shoulder traffic might suddenly pull out onto the road in front of you like that. That's why we move over and get out of the way. Not to mention, like I say, somebody could end up being in the lane they are. Get out of the way anytime possible. working over on the flight line as a C-141 crew chief when I met him. I spent 16, yeah, right at about 16 years at that base, and it was my, I wasn't even there a year with that guy. Someone's pulled out onto the road in front of me. It's even worse when it's a semi who does it. They'll come right out into the lane at like 10 miles an hour, and I might not be in a good position to avoid it to move over. And they assume that I can move over, and by the time I get to them, they're still only doing 15, maybe 20 miles an hour, and you don't want to be the truck that rear ends another truck. It's one thing if you're in a truck and you rear end a four-wheeler, the four-wheeler is almost certainly going to lose. You're probably not, versus truck rear end collision, the absolute last place, worst place to be is the guy doing the rear ending. Because that trailer is designed to bump into dock doors, and but you're not going to do much. And if, on the other hand, it's going to destroy the whole front end of your truck, and you're going to be you're going to be a goner. I've seen truck accidents where I actually saw one in Dayton, Ohio. We're actually not in Dayton, but not too far away. There's a rest area over there along what's the I-70, around the 50 or so mile marker. I remember it was like a brown Volvo or something like that, or I think it was, yeah, I want to say brown. Basically, it was on the westbound side. The guy, I don't know, he fell asleep or something. He crashed into a truck. The front of the truck was all the way back where the bulkhead is that separates the cab from the sleeper. Extreme the damage was to the whole entire front end of the truck. I knew as soon as I saw it there was no way the driver could have possibly survived that. Yeah, and it turned, yeah, and I found out later on, yeah, it was true. The guy, the driver died. Yeah, you're right. The cab over, it's even worse. Even with the truck with a nose like mine has, or even if you have a long nose truck, it's metal, whatever, you're still going to likely be in a very bad spot if you rear end another truck. So having someone pull out in front of you, especially a truck, when as you're approaching in the lane next to where the shoulder is, yeah, that's extremely dangerous. zipper lane. Or a zipper thing. It's basically, it looks like a Jersey barrier, a K-rail, whatever. But they have, yeah, it actually is, basically what it is K-rails, but they have this special machine, or this drivable machine, whatever you want to call it, that actually can move them from one lane to an adjacent lane. So when basically what would happen would be, let's just say in the afternoons when they were, or in the evenings, whenever they were going to do construction on the northbound side, for example, maybe they had like 1 or 2 lanes closed for whatever work they were doing. They would have bypass lanes, 1 or 2 bypass lanes set up on the southbound side. So depending on what time of day it was, they, you know, so when all the traffic was going northbound, basically, they would move the zipper lane one more over to the left over there. So there are two bypass lanes for northbound traffic to use on the southbound side. And then in the middle of the night, before people started, or early in the morning before they started going to work, going down the hill, they would move the barrier back over, so there's only one northbound bypass lane and the rest were southbound. 101, US 101, over at the Golden Gate Bridge. When you're going across the Golden Gate Bridge, they also do that. So whatever side has the heavier traffic flow is the side that gets more travel lanes to work with. But at the same time, it can also be problematic because at some point in time you're going to get to a merge point where lanes are going to end, and because people don't know how to leave space and zipper merge effectively, that just creates another bottleneck. So I'm not sure that that really is really necessarily does any good either. Nobody at all behind me anyway, so. But then this guy seems like his speed is not much different than mine, so I want to drop in. The review should be to get rid of the smart motorway. Yeah, it sounds like it. That's a bad idea. Go back to 3 lanes and for the hard shoulder. Now I'm gaining on him. And actually there are some cities or areas of cities I've seen where they have like a, what's called, like they call it a suicide lane. I remember in Tucson, what is it, Broadway Avenue, I think? The Broadway goes right into downtown. Yeah, I want to say it was Broadway, not Speedway. Speedway is another east-west road. But I want to say it was Broadway I'm thinking of. They had a lane there where, depending on the time of day, the middle lane would sometimes be for eastbound through traffic only. At other times of day it'd be for left turn traffic only, and at other times it'd be for westbound through traffic. Yeah, and if it's, you know, when it's the through traffic side, the side's turned, and you're not allowed to turn. You can only go straight. And it's meant to help expedite commute traffic into and out of the, you know, the heavier heavier industries, whatever, where there's more people truck hitting her to fly past me. 32 degrees. I hope I'm not going to start getting snowed on before I get to the swap point. Yeah, see, I'm starting to get the moisture from this guy's spray getting onto my truck now, down on my windshield. Last month, over there in East LA. You know, remember I had that morning delivery, or yeah, the one with the botched load, whatever. The street that I was on there, what is it, 4th Street, I think? Right over there off that section where I-10 and I-5 run together. That street also had that kind of a layout where the center lane, the center turn lane, was actually a through traffic only lane in one direction or the other, depending on what time of day it was. I remember my first experience with that in Tucson. I went in and I just instinctively went into the center turn lane thinking, well, it's a regular center turn lane, not paying any attention to anything. And all of a sudden I got someone coming right at me, honking the horn and all that kind of stuff. And then I finally realized what was going on is that I wasn't even supposed to be in that lane. Because I was going, it was the other side's through traffic side time at, thankfully I didn't have an accident. Of church and state. So, basically, government cannot function as a supporter of any kind of religious activities. Even though we're founded on religious freedom, but there's a reason why they have that rule for. You have a right to choose whatever faith you want to practice, and you have a right to send your kids to private school for that, like a private Christian school, whatever. But like they're saying, then there becomes the issue of it's possible they could, like, someone might not, maybe like a Christian church, a Christian school, whatever. Someone might get their kids the stipends or whatever. To go to school there, but then maybe a Jewish parent or maybe a Muslim parent or whoever might not be able to get, any kind of stipend for their kid to go to, maybe a Muslim or Jewish school. If they even have them, I don't know. And then it becomes, if there are options like that, then it becomes a concern about how much does the kid get, do the parents get or are there some schools that might get unfairly more than or less than other schools? It's just it can open up a Pandora's box there. I just don't think it's good. Like I say, just keep church and state separated, and I think that was the right decision. Smart motorways, 216% more dangerous. Ouch. Yeah, shit, starting to get snowed on, I think. It's hard to tell if it's rain or snow. It's 31 degrees, so it's potentially snow, but it's mostly wet, so it's not something that's going to overly concern me at the moment. Now, this could change my plan on where I finish my day, because I really was hoping when I get to El Paso, hopefully get that swap done and continue on before I run out of time, so I can get to Van Horn or somewhere and ease the burden on tomorrow. But with weather, I might need to stop and then just do a 10-hour break in El Paso and let the weather pass by, and then maybe be in a better position when I'm done with my break. Seeing stuff here, it's hard to tell. Looks like it might be rain and snow mix. Yeah, and we're seeing snow all over to the core points here, the non-paved areas, it's all snow. Fine, especially, see how this truck is spraying all that water up? So that's a good sign that the road's not going to be icy. Doesn't mean it's not going to be icy, but there's a better chance that it's in reasonable and not such bad shape. Traditional trucker logic is if you're driving on a road that looks like this, if you don't see any water spraying up from your tires like you just saw there on that truck that passed me, that's when you want to be worried, and that's when you want to slow down and drive like you're on an icy road. Watch for here is watch for any evidence of people going off the road into the median or off onto the right shoulder somewhere. This road looks like it's in really good shape here. It's not really super saturated. You are getting water spray. Not something that I would be overly concerned with. So that's why I'm keeping my speed fairly up right now. Not running 70 miles an hour anymore, but I'm still I'm doing 65 at the moment. Still plenty. Yeah, now we're starting to see some. Yeah. Now see, I do see a little spots here. I'm starting to see some. It looks like might be some stuff collecting. So now is the time to be more legitimately concerned, at least about the other lane. See how much water just sprayed up right when that guy went through that? That's, you know, just because you're in an area where it's the road, the lane is fine, you might get into a spot like that where it's not so fine. You don't want to be going too fast when you do get into that spot that's not so fine, and you can't see it until it's too late. The black ice, it's most prevalent in the early morning after water's already had a chance to freeze on the road, and then when the sun starts to come up. Now the sun will start to come up and it'll melt the top layer of the ice, which covers up or basically tends to hide the ice, or just makes it look like it's just a wet road when it's actually ice underneath, and that's why they call it black ice. But you can get into that condition in the middle of the night too. Mixed religions, so the kids get a good start on differing religious views. I don't disagree on that, Tom. I think it is good for people to understand world religions and what makes them all tick, and how they really are different from each other, and how they're all very similar to each other in ways too. There's something funny with that is, the messianic religions, or religions where there's, where there's a belief that there's a Messiah. That's basically Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. All three of those believe that there's a Messiah. Basically, they all believe in the same God, but they all have different views on who the prophets were and who their Messiah is. Now, the Muslims believe that the prophet Muhammad was the Messiah, or is the Messiah, whatever. Christians believe that Jesus Christ is the Messiah, and then Jews, they believe that there is a Messiah, but the real Messiah hasn't presented himself to the world yet. And then a lot of the practices too. A lot of ritualistic stuff goes on with. Bring it down a little bit here. Curve coming up and getting wetter here. Because I think a lot of ignorance gets spewed because of the fact that people don't understand each other. Like stupid Americans, actually, they think that anybody who wears a turban is a Muslim, and that's not even true. And then even then, there are different forms of Islam. There could be there are two predominant sects of Islam. You got Sunnis and Sikhs. Not Sunnis and Sikhs, but Sunnis and Shiites. And they have little differences in how they practice, just like the way Christian sects, they have different practices. Like, Seventh-day Adventists, they're a form of Protestantism, or regular, or a form of Christianity, but they just have their own different ways of practicing and they focus focus on different different areas. But otherwise, they still their focus is still on the Bible, with the teachings of the Bible and all that stuff. They just have different practices in the name of their religion. So yeah, I think getting people educated more on how people actually differ and understanding why people do this or that, can possibly foster more respect too. Even if you don't believe in what the person believes, or it might have more respect, as well as for, say, like you might be an atheist. Hey, you have a right to your own belief on what happens when you die. Why should that bother anybody else? That's one thing that irritates me actually a lot about a lot of fellow Christians. I'm a Baptist, but I'm not I wouldn't say I'm a devout follower. I used to go to church all the time, but I'm not saying I don't believe in that anymore. I'm just saying I'm not a devout follower of it, and I don't believe in proselytizing and trying to push my views on people. Hey, how's that my problem if you want to, if you choose to not believe in any of it? It's not. So why should I let that bother me? Oh yeah, I definitely got snow flurries here. Very small flurries. So you can tell it's not going to produce much. You got little snow flurries like this. It's stuff that'll only give you maybe an inch or so of snow, if it even sticks. So we can see it sticking on the ground. It's and actually some spots actually here on the road too. We believe in Colonel Sanders, our Father who art in heaven. Someone say too that just about every war that's ever been fought seems to be based on differences in religious views to an extent. I mean, that's not always the case, but like World War II, I'd say I wouldn't call it that. But a lot of historic wars were of course fought because of people having different views and trying to force their views on other people. Yeah, about to cross Interstate 25 here in El Paso. Not El Paso, but Las Cruces. About 20 miles to go to Texas, and then, of course, like I said, 37 more after that to get to the swap point.
Article 143 of 201. Truck driver for Amazon sues companies for violating labor laws. Business Insider. A truck driver who moves Amazon packages is suing the mega retailer and his employer, AAA Freight, which contracts with Amazon. In the lawsuit, the truck driver alleges both companies worked him into the ground like a rented mule and intentionally deprived him of sleep. It's the latest in a slew of trucking lawsuits in recent years that demand companies provide better rest breaks. Federal courts have slammed Walmart and big names like PAM Transport with fines for not paying for breaks. Still, this lawsuit takes a different tone, and it reveals again that Amazon's logistics empire may slight safety for profits. Visit Business Insider's homepage for more stories. Yet another truck driver is challenging their employer, accusing the company of violating labor laws. And this time, it's retailer turned trucker Amazon that's getting slammed with a lawsuit. On January 15, truck driver Timothy Weekly filed a civil complaint against Amazon and Chicagoland-based AAA Freight, which contracts with Amazon, for violating the Hours of Service (HOS) laws mandated by the Federal Motor Carrier Administration. The FMCSA is the federal agency that regulates safety rules for commercial drivers. Weekly joined AAA Freight in May 2019 and was assigned to the company's Amazon division. There, the driver alleges that he was forced to work in 20 to 30-hour shifts with rest breaks lasting 1 to 2 hours. When contacted by Business Insider, a representative from AAA Freight had no comment on the lawsuit. An Amazon spokesperson said the company is investigating Weekly's claims. AAA Freight is one of thousands of companies we contract with to move inventory around the country, the spokesperson said in a statement. We require our contractors and their drivers to comply with strict policies that ensure safety, among other things. We are actively looking into the claims, as we always do when these rare, but unfortunate situations arise. According to FMCSA regulations, truck drivers may be on duty a maximum of 14 hours in a day, with a maximum of 11 hours spent driving. Trucks are equipped with an electronic logging device, ELD, that indicates when a driver needs to go on their rest break, sending notifications to the driver and their employer. Amazon tractor-trailer semi-truck. Smith Collection, Gatto, Getty Images. However, Weekly alleged that AAA Freight ignored those notifications and remotely edited his ELD data. He also said Amazon, which tracks drivers through a phone app, did not ensure he was getting regular rest breaks. The truck driver pushed back on taking on illegal loads, to which an AAA Freight employee allegedly told him on a phone call, "Turn your truck in and find a new line of work more suitable for laziness." In another call, an AAA employee allegedly told Weekly, "You and your smart-ass mouth and disrespectful attitude almost just got banned from Amazon for life." Read more. Angry California truck drivers are slamming a new rule that requires them to take unpaid rest breaks, one calling the change a travesty for safety. It culminated on October 31, when Weekly fell asleep at the wheel at 10:30 p.m., after an illegally short rest break, en route to an Amazon job in Tennessee. He was seriously injured, the lawsuit claimed. A warning sign of Amazon's hold on the trucking industry. Scores of truck drivers have challenged their employers in recent years on the FMCSA's rulemaking on rest breaks. Unlike most workers who are paid per hour or in a yearly salary, long-haul truck drivers are typically only paid per mile of driving. However, they spend weeks on the road for work and hours every day doing non-driving work tasks, which are usually never compensated. Walmart, PAM Transport, Werner, and CR. England have all had to pay truck drivers in recent lawsuits surrounding the rest break issue. Read more. A federal court in California just told Walmart that it needs to pay truck drivers for rest breaks. But this complaint against Amazon strikes a different tone. Previous suits interrogate whether federal labor laws apply to the trucking industry. What Weekly alleges is that Amazon's contractors are ignoring safety laws that definitively apply to truck drivers. AAA Freight stressed to Weekly that eschewing safety laws were key to pleasing Amazon, its largest customer, according to the lawsuit. Amazon is our biggest and best-paying customer, so occasionally we have to bend the rules in order to appease them, one employee allegedly told the trucker. Amazon is rapidly in-housing its transportation network, particularly around trucking. It acquired more than 10,000 branded trailers in 2015, and then an undisclosed amount of branded tractors last year. Wolf Research, Andy Kears, Business Insider. It's providing new jobs for truckers, but many drivers aren't pleased with how Amazon compensates. Amazon's rates posted on its brokerage service are 18.4% lower on average than rates posted on DAT, one of the largest broker boards in the country. Read more. Truckers say Amazon's new logistics empire is being underpinned by low, ridiculous rates, and some are refusing to work with them. And companies who were initially keen to make Amazon a big customer have found themselves reeling as the company quickly changes its transportation strategy. Last year, XPO Logistics, the top logistics company in the U.S. by revenue in 2018, found that it had to slash $600 million in expected revenue when Amazon curtailed its business there by 2/3. New England Motor Freight, whose 2017 revenue totaled $402 million, unexpectedly shuttered in 2019. Some analysts pointed to the loss of that company's Amazon business. Amazon contracts are pretty demanding, Satish Jindal, the SJ Consulting Group's principal consultant, told Business Insider at the time. The new lawsuit also points to other safety problems at Amazon's growing logistics empire. Multiple news reports show that Amazon's last-mile delivery network has opted for profits over safety. An Amazon delivery van even killed former Amazon CFO Joy Covey. And pilots at Amazon's contract air cargo companies allege that the company does not provide proper training or have rigorous hiring standards. 3 pilots died in February 2019 when an Amazon air pilot crashed outside of Houston. Are you a truck driver for Amazon? Email the reporter at businessinsider.com. Read more about Amazon's logistics aspirations. From zero planes, vans, or trucks in the beginning of the 2010s to delivering 3.5 billion packages this year, Amazon is becoming a logistics giant. Here's the timeline of its transformation. Amazon took over the $176 billion market for cloud computing. Now it's using the same playbook in logistics. This is just another piece of the puzzle. Amazon is now rolling out branded tractors in its latest move to become a full-fledged trucking company. Morgan Stanley is sounding the alarm on Amazon's logistics network for UPS, USPS, and FedEx, with a chilling estimate of up to $100 billion in revenue slashed from the giants. An internal doc reveals Amazon is ditching the trucking industry's most common pay practice, and it's a brilliant maneuver that could give the e-commerce giant a massive advantage. Article 144 of 201. Treasury Secretary Mnuchin says Greta Thunberg
definitely getting in worse shape here at the roads. Add in winds, it's a bad combo. I'd be okay. Because I can cover 140 miles in 2 hours at 70 miles an hour, but I can't run 70 the whole time because I gotta slow down. I gotta do 60 through El Paso area. And I also have the hills over there, over by Sierra Blanca, or Blanca whatever, and Fort Hancock. I think that's what that town is. Isn't that Fort Hancock? Basically around the 100-mile marker, in that ballpark, there's that hill, you know, over by where the Border Patrol checkpoint is. That'll slow me down. Whatever you guys are talking about later, when I'm done driving, I can check out Critter Corner and see whatever it was. Better conditions again here. So interesting, getting like little spots where it looks where it's fine, and in other areas where it's not so fine.
Treasury Secretary Mnuchin says Greta Thunberg can criticize after she studies economics.
Yeah, I heard about that.
The Cold War between the Trump administration and Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg in Davos went hot on Thursday. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin dismissed Thunberg's call for private and public sector divestment from fossil fuel companies, telling Yahoo Finance at a press briefing, "After she goes and studies economics in college, she can come back and explain that to us." Mnuchin joked about Thunberg. Who is that? Is she the chief economist? Trump and Thunberg have made alternating climate-related remarks at this week's World Economic Forum, appearing to refer to the other indirectly. In a speech on Tuesday, Trump criticized prophets of doom and their predictions of apocalypse. In the speech, he also said the U.S. would join the World Economic Forum's 1 Trillion Trees initiative, which aims to plant or conserve 1 trillion trees. Swedish environmental activist Greta Thunberg attends the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland, Tuesday, Jan. 21, 2020. The 50th annual meeting of the forum will take place in Davos from January 21st until Jan. 24, 2020. AP photo, Michael Props. Thunberg, 17, said an hour later in the same building that planting 1 trillion trees was not enough to address climate change. Mnuchin noted that the Trump administration did have concerns about the environment but had other plans for it. "I think that there's a real misinterpretation of the U.S. policy," he said. "Let me be very clear. President Trump absolutely believes in clean air and clean water and having a clean environment. What the president objects to is the Paris Agreement," Mnuchin added. The reason why the president objected to the Paris Agreement was he thought it was an unfair agreement to the U.S. This is nothing against China and India, but the real environmental issues right now are in both those countries. If you look at the US and what we've done relative to rest of world, US thought it was an unfair agreement. Climate is now a hot topic because of young people pushing, but nothing has been done, because global emissions of carbon have not been reduced, Thunberg said in remarks on Tuesday. "That is of course what we're trying to achieve," Thunberg said. "Without treating this as a real crisis, we can't solve it." She called on the global community to dramatically reduce carbon emissions over the next decade, but added that such an effort must include an awareness of equity, which addresses the disproportionate carbon emissions released in affluent countries. "Richer countries need to get down to 0 degrees much faster," Thunberg said. Max San is a reporter for Yahoo Finance. Find him on Twitter at Maxsan. Read more. Donald Trump's top business allies quiet on impeachment.
Yeah, that's kind of
Exclusive,
stupid.
ready to stomp on it. Documents reveal staggering power of tech giant lobbying. Amazon's HQ2 was a showdown between a Union City and a tech giant. Read the latest financial and business news from Yahoo Finance. Article 145 of 201. It's not in our DNA. Soleimani thought he was untouchable, and for more than a decade he was.
Right when I was about to move over,
One
freaking
afternoon
had a
in
fool
Baghdad in
come
the
over
final
there.
months of 2007, a few members of a U.S. Special Operations Task Force were monitoring the feed from a Predator drone over the Iraqi capital, scanning for signs of trouble, when they spotted a large crowd gathering in the neighborhood of Sadr City. From their large, air-conditioned tent near Baghdad International Airport, the operators sprang into action. They belonged to Task Force 17, which focused on combating the Iranian-supported Shiite militias that were killing thousands of Iraqis and hundreds of U.S. forces. Sadr City was the dense, teeming home to 3 million most.
Actually, it depends on the area. Like right here, I think we're actually allowed to be in the left lane, but yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, there are certain areas where we can be in all the lanes, and in other areas where we're not supposed to be in them. Yeah, we're only not allowed if there are signs actually saying we can't be in that lane. Come on, car, move over. I want to move all the way over to the left lane if I don't need to. I'm not quite far enough ahead of the other truck where I want to move over in front of him yet. Yeah, this guy's not going to move. like right here, it looks like it's in decent shape, and then it just went through an area where it doesn't look so good. Trying to get to a safe spot in between us. So it looked like you can see how he looked like he slowed back down after he got in front of me. He's still going a little faster, but not as much faster than me now as he was when he was passing me. Starting to get some ice collection up there now. 2:18 to go on my clock. So if I do make it to Van Horn by the end of my shift, which I don't know that I will, because I don't want to really bother the other driver and wake him up too soon. If it turns out he might want to get some rest, and not to mention I might be able to get better weather conditions further up by waiting. I don't know. I have to see exactly the exact distance it is from the swap point to maybe to Taylor Farms. At least gives me an idea, over in Dallas. I don't know where his load's going in Dallas, like I say, but if I see where my distance is from at least Taylor Farms, then I have a pretty good idea. Like I was mentioning earlier, I'd rather get as far as I can today, so it's less burdensome on me on my next shift, and I have more of my 14 to work with if there are any problems. In Wyoming, and you're talking Fahrenheit too. That's not good. Where about in Wyoming are you now, Eric? Truck kind of wanted to veer over here a little bit at first. Might have just been from the wind or something. I couldn't tell if it was from the wind or because of the shit on the road. Get out in front of this guy quickly, so if something goes wrong, we don't meet up. Time to get through El Paso too when nobody's on the road yet. Sure would like to get through here earlier in the morning, like midnight-ish or something. 40 could be when all the drunks are going home from the bars and stuff. So, I digress. It might not be the best time to be coming through here. Tend to be the worst, and then young Punjabi drivers, for some reason, always seem to be even worse than everybody else. I'm not going to pick on all the Punjabi and Sikh drivers. There are some pretty good, decent, safe drivers from that demographic. But when you get the young guys, tend to have no concept of safety, I guess. Okay, are you gonna pass or not? Thank you. 'Cause that's why I always hesitate to pass, because you kept giving me little hints that you were gonna possibly do it yourself. That's not good. That's enough reason to get me off the road. I don't care how heavy I am. I'm not driving at 60 plus mile an hour crosswinds. Interested in being bunched up with all these drivers here, so, and I know I've already been playing back and forth games with this guy next to me, so really I'd like to get the hell away from him and not be around any of these other trucks. Opening up there after the truck that just came out of the left lane up there on the front. up past him, there's nobody to even be seen. And then all of a sudden, there's like a whole bunch of us all together in one spot. Not good. Degrees here. Luis A. Cordero. I think you might be the same truck I saw on the fuel island over in Lordsburg. That truck was in the lane next to me when I was getting fuel. Bunched up on each other. I don't think I've ever had a drive through El Paso be so nice and stress free. Usually every time I come through here I get really irritated by the driving habits of other people. Even when it's not that busy, there's always somebody in your way. 15-mile marker right now. These conditions are getting nicer here too. It's almost like there's no rhyme or reason behind where stuff is not in bad shape and where stuff has problems.
Unbucket shit. You know, get on his eyes and go sliding around all bunched up together.
That's wah 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 wah. Is that the Peanuts teacher? Good man. I can't understand you. I see some blocking the, what, number 2 and 3 lanes? 1 and 2 and 3?
Yeah, slow down there. There's only one lane. You got to get off and then get back on. Jackknife truck.
Not bad, I'm all the way over, thanks.
Where are you guys at? Back her down and you stop. Back her down. Come to a stop. Right when they be. Come on in, Windstar.
How'd that guy get over there? Uh-oh. Is he gonna make that turn? Yeah, that'd be a little tight for you there. He made it though. Making for a little bit of a different experience. Thanks, whoever the killjoy is.
Everybody got the passport. They're gonna run us down through Mexico and back up.
I think it might have snowed here recently.
I could use some tequila. Tequila. Oh, 14 to breeze, guys. You better hope you ain't on ice. Yeah, they don't make these turns for shit. Oh shit, you want spin coming up the hill. So when you come out of that bridge, you better ease on under it.
Yeah, they probably didn't pick the greatest detour route for us. Ah, shit, I can't see you.
Well, guys, someone under the bridge now. You throw you up there too high and you'll hit it.
Place for a two-way stop. Can't see over there. I saw the other truck get underneath this. 14.2. Alright, we're good. Yeah, I knew it was probably okay here.
Well, you got your way down the both bridges to get back home.
Truck just turned right up there, so that's a pretty big clue there that there'll be an interchange over there we can hit. This road just curves. Alright. Never mind. There he is up there. Alright, it's a two-way. Nobody coming. If I did have a chance of reaching Van Horn tonight, it's gone now. But I could, I don't know if the other guy will be up, but I can, let's see, it's two-way, we're clear. But I think I'd still rather make the at least drive another 50 miles to get up to that exit 87 place, whatever you want to call it. Alright, truck just curved off to the right up there at the top of that hill. Oh, look at this. We're going through residential area now. Probably got people wondering what the hell are these trucks doing driving through my neighborhood. Was this the street you turned right on? I think it was. That's a dead end up ahead. Alright, looks like good. Telling me that it's 10. Yeah. I'm using GPS, I don't know. This is going to require some help. Signs telling me I can get to I-10 right here. Just because I see a ramp flying, a road flying over the top of me doesn't mean that it's I-10. Jackasses. Well, helping people out who aren't from here. What is going on now? Problems up ahead here. Crash ahead at Paso. Okay. It better not be the same damn road I was at. You know, I got forced off that previously. I thought I was behind me, but 75 earlier. Well, this nonsense. It might actually might have been better. This is where they're forcing everybody off over there on the westbound side. That is the case. Morning, Tara. Deal with a couple of accidents over here. I had to actually detour off the freeway for a little bit. Then after I got back on the freeway, there was a jackknife truck on the westbound side. Not too much further up the road before we get to the swap point. That sucks. Have to change a tire there, it looks like. Just over 10 miles away from the swap point now. An hour and 46 left on my clock. I really wanted to get further than El Paso after the swap, but the road and weather conditions, and not to mention the other guy, it's not too much after 3 o'clock. Don't know how early he's going to be really wanting to get up. I texted him earlier when I was on my 30-minute break, but it does not appear that he needs to come back yet, so it's not really urgent. I mean, I'll have to see how far away I am from Dallas. When I get on this next straightaway, I'll go and take a look. Look at all that snow over there. Crazy, you wouldn't think that El Paso would get would get snowed on that much. El Paso will be right around the halfway point. I was kind of thinking it might be a little bit short of halfway though. So I was really wanting to get further, so it's a shorter leg tomorrow, and I have a lot more options to work with my time management. about 1,150 total, so it's about 575 per shift on average. But I'm getting that's it could be more than that.
What lane's open on that jack?
What? Like you got your mic down up a little high.
No. You said that jack knife at 24?
Yeah, there's still a jackknife there. It's in the median, and they're forcing everybody off on the westbound side. I forget what exit number it was.
Pretty safe. Well, I ain't seen nothing to hurt you going your way. Get over there east of 37. The road is wet, and all of a sudden it turns into just normal little winter road, but nothing to worry about. Come on.
Awesome, that'll help me out, because I got a swap here in town, and I'm hoping to continue further down.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get out of El Paso before group super gets out. You think there's wrecks now? Hell, they ain't seen nothing. Wait till about 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Hey man, there, my friend. It's I can't get out of this area fast enough every time I come through here. I don't care what the weather's like.
Well, I've been driving on this ship for 45 years here, and we all make mistakes, but I hope I don't make any anyway soon.
Next exit coming up is my exit. Give the other driver a call since he's awake. Let him know I'll be there very soon. Come on. Get out here. Make that call or not? Or you're just gonna keep teasing me and act like you're going to and not. There we go. Hey, good morning. How you doing? Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah, I'm actually just about to get off the exit now. I had a detour here in El Paso because of a jackknife truck, and yeah, it's mother. It's spotty. There are some areas where it's not in good shape, and other areas where it's okay. Like right here, it's pretty wet. The exit for because you're at the Petro, right? Uh, I'm not able to understand anything. It's coming in like you're underwater or something. Okay, much better. Okay, yeah, not a problem. So I'm actually gonna try to get that one up to maybe exit 87 or something. Anyway, oh, so you're all right. You're in that group too then. Yeah, so am I. Yeah, all right, I'm about to turn into petrol right now. Okay, yeah, let me see if I can find a spot. Are you planning to get rolling right away, or are you gonna want to stop for a few, or I mean, not wait a bit, or what? Oh, okay. Bobtails. Alright. Yeah, if you're getting ready to roll pretty quickly, then I can always, if it comes down to dropping the fuel island or something, and yeah, 79.7 is what I scaled at, but the other guy that got the load from scaled at right at 79.0 something. I don't know how he ended up 700 pounds lighter. because he said he had 3/4 of a tank of fuel when he got when he skilled it, and he originally was overweight, and he got all the way to Tucson before he decided to scale it, and ended up having to come back to rework it. Yeah, in fact, I when I picked up my own load, because I went from Oxnard to Yuma, and ended up swapping with him. I was gonna scale my load anyway at the Flying J right there, and turned out he, right when I'm starting my pre-trip, they want me to swap with him at that same Flying J. I'm like, okay, sure. All right. Yeah, it looks pretty crowded here, so yeah, it's not really bad at all. It's That's just kind of spotty in areas. And I was just talking on the radio with a guy going westbound. He says that it's, east of here, it's not too bad. It's got some typical winter kind of stuff, but it's not really in that bad shape. Okay, I think I might see a spot over here over on the west end. See if I gotta work my way carefully around these guys. Okay, good. Yeah, that should be good. I see a couple spots over here. Yeah, I'm gonna be facing east. Be a red. Actually, there's a step deck truck I'm gonna park by. All right, no problem. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I didn't happen to notice your truck anywhere in the lot. I did see a JCT truck earlier when I first. I think in that first row when I first came into the lot, but okay. So you're over by the fuel island. Oh, okay. Eh. Ah, that sounds like somebody else I know. Actually, somebody you probably know too. Andy Higgins. Okay. Yeah, he's actually the one who started that VRJCT group. Yeah, he's no longer with the company though, so he's no longer in the group. Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah, because he hasn't been gone that long, but he's been kind of out of there. I can't remember when he left. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm in the Blue Pete. Yeah, but I'm in a 2016. All right. I'll go ahead and disconnect from mine and go find you. Let's see. Yeah, the far west row, the next row over, or I guess it is the far west row. There are some trucks back there behind me, and up by the
by the west perimeter. I'm not really sure I'd really call it a row. Maybe it is. Yeah, I guess it is. Now I'm in the row directly to the east of that, facing southeast. And let's see, how far am I from the? I'm kind of toward the north end of the row. If I had to guess, I'd say somewhere around 10 or so trucks over from the north end of the row. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. All right. Yeah, and this one, so I only got a digital scale ticket. I was at 11,580 on the steers, 34,120 on the drives, and then 30 right at 34,000 on the tandems. The other guy gave me his ticket. Let's see. Yeah, he's in a newer Kenworth. Um, he had yeah, he had 79,080 for his gross and 10,960, 34,560, and 33,560. Uh, yeah, 120 pounds. Obviously, I'm not going to worry about, and we got APU exemption in these states anyway, so wasn't worried about it. So, all right, I'm gonna get disconnected, and I'll come meet you over wherever you're at. So, okay. All right. Okay, yeah, I'll come find you. Thanks. Okay. And let me get this connected. Yeah, it sounds like he's going to be ready to get going pretty quickly here, so. And I have 221 left on my 14. And 128 left on my drive, so. I definitely want to get something more out of this. Let's go to yard move status so I don't burn
drop hook. Need one on there, an entry on there for swap. If he was the JCT truck I saw earlier. I didn't see any others when I was driving through the lot, so. But he said, go where the. Oh, this is 4106. He's not the one I'm swapping with, though. 4106, I thought I saw earlier. I think he picked up from same place I did. 4148 is the one I'm looking for. He's in a white Kenworth, is what he said. Or a white truck. I know, but it's from the truck number that he's in a Kenworth, though. Okay, here's the fuel island. Dude, don't confuse me. Might be on that other side. There's another JCT right here, but it's a blue one. $32.99. Come over here, just curious. He said somewhere in the back. I don't know what he meant by that, though. So he does have his lights on. The easiest lot to find a guy in, because it's a big lot. Yeah. Let's go see if it was that truck I saw earlier, or the first row that I saw when I came into the lot. Oh, that's him right there, I think. Yeah, see the guy way up in front of me, straight ahead? I think that's probably him. That is a JCT truck, from what I can tell, and it's white. He said he had his lights on. Now he's bobtailing already, so he's already disconnected from his trailer. He's coming up this next row right here. That's him right there in front of me. I'm gonna have to meet up with them to give him the bills anyway and get his bills. Come on. Hurry up, you damn thing. Why you gotta take so freaking long? Alright, I'm gonna give him the bills and yeah, it turned out he came down on I-10 to try to avoid weather and didn't realize he was gonna have just as many problems with weather up here, down here. Let him get underneath that trailer, get lined up and back to that trailer first. Alright, so he says he's in the row right over there, the next row over, basically the west end of the lot. Intentionally trying to get back in next to, or alright, yeah, he's signaling. I can go ahead. You can go find yours, or actually, yeah. Guys, he says he's in the JCT group also. I don't know his last name, but I know his name's Steve. What a mess. see a JCT trailer up there facing southwest. Probably his. Yep, that should be his 6349. Sitting a little high for my off duty, and then let me raise the landing gear up some. And oops. Guess I might have banged into a little bit too hard. do my drop trailer thing now to say that the swap is complete. Come on. So I think that was 5759 that I gave him. Petro in Paso, Texas. 759. 9623 was it? Yeah. Gonna have a bit of a mess with the paperwork to take care of when I get done with my shift. No, not secured. Yes, sealed. No. L4148, was it? Yep. Yes. Yeah, that was plus 36. I don't have any idea how many load locks are in it. I guess the other driver, Steve, already did his macro because I just got a notification on my phone about on the that I got incoming Qualcomm messages. Yep. We are good. It is going to VersaCold on Americold. Oh, I know where that's at. Alright, let's figure out how far away I am. I know exactly where that's at. Usually do pickups that are not deliveries, though. Alright, should be it right there. It's off that big town or whatever hell it's called street. Yeah, I'm 625 out still, so definitely a good reason to try to get some more miles before I end my night. I don't want to be having to try to run 625 miles, especially with this kind of weather. And looking at Google, it looks like shit on I-20. Eric, did you not read my post completely? The same one you commented on earlier? That was the whole point of that post. Was that I had to buy fuel out of pocket instead of with my EFS card because of that. I made 2 fuel purchases out of pocket because I needed to make sure I wasn't going to have any problems. Maybe circle back around. I think you should go back and read that post there because that was actually the whole entire reason I even posted that. I kind of just added in the other thing. worry about skilling this one because it's only 60. He said he only weighed 66,000 when he scaled it, so it's gonna be a waste of my time to even try to scale it. We'll just get it rolling. Over there to how clear it is on the service road. I see a truck coming. Painted on the roadway so I can tell what the hell lane is what direction. Ah, shit. There's a whole shitload of snow coming off the top of this trailer. Damn it. The dash cam saving that footage right now to show just how much crap is coming off the how much snow is actually coming off the top of the trailer. 'Cause I know you probably only saw the first sentence where I was like, I can't be the only one who's in here and driving at night. Probably only read that part and didn't read the rest of the post, but the reason I said that is because I was surprised I didn't see anybody else posting it about it already. Because I looked, I put the, I went to the group and I put it in recent posts first, and there were no recent posts of any kind about about the EFS problem. So I'm like, that's why I was like, how can it be that I'm the only one in here who's driving right now and not noticing and actually noticing this problem? I'd rather have a 575-mile trip to do than a 625 for that last shift. Or for that shift to deliver, whatever, so. I can cover 625. But why put myself through that? And look what I had to, I mean, I'm done, did 575 to get to, the swap point. It's about 585 right now. And I'm already down to an hour and 20 left. Which I don't know why. motorist is ahead of me, and I'm not going to go into that other lane needlessly. I've got other traffic catching up to me. Your damn beacons are so damn bright I can't barely see what the hell I'm looking at. Doing 30, 35 all the way there, I won't make it. Yes, let's see, I got I had one or two four-wheelers, and then a truck behind the four-wheeler, and then there's some more four-wheelers catching up. I can't see everything that's behind me because the truck that is back there is blocking my view of some of the traffic. Thank you. and 18, and then a couple more, one or two more fours behind the 18, and then further back behind the last fours. And this road's in shitty shape here. By the road. I'm going to take it easy as I'm getting by these guys. Gotta be able to react. Not to mention, if I lose, you don't want to, there's less risk of losing control and sliding into them. This is I-10 in Texas. I didn't know it even snowed down here. it'll get lucky and it's a plow, but I doubt it. That fast lane definitely needs to be plowed back. To work with to get to Van Horn, and once I get past 87, there's not much of anything, not much anywhere I can park. Is there like a parking area, a picnic area, whatever that is, over by the, before you get to the Border Patrol checkpoint? Somebody went off the road here. That's what happened. Yeah, I'm backing down a little bit. It's a FedEx. Are not a good thing to be driving in these conditions. They're even more prone to problems in these conditions, I think, than 53-footers are. Speed all the traffic behind me, including the other trucks, seems to be comfortable with. So, actually, they'd probably even go faster if I, if I were to speed up. But not hearing any bitching about it on the radio, and they're not dropping back further behind like I'm going too fast for what everybody else feels comfortable doing. So open up a couple here. Ended up doing 45 to 55 through Oak Mountain. Okay. Hope the driver's okay. I don't know if there was somebody in between the first and second trailers over there. I don't know if it was the driver or the cop, though. Looking at the damage to the, basically the condition of the truck, I would say the driver was more than likely fine, though. Minor injury, if anything at all, but definitely nothing that would concern me as far as getting severely injured or anything. Oh, thank you. Finally, you guys are not coming the other direction so I can have my freaking brakes on. Experimenting a little bit now. I got up to 49 now, and they're still all right behind me. Like, like they want to go faster. I don't want to necessarily go too fast. I'm 50 now, and I don't really feel like I need to go any faster. And if they don't like it, too bad. really want to feel that daring, they go to that nice, nasty fast lane and pass me over there. Yeah, 50's a common speed I'll run in Wyoming in this kind of condition too, so. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of coverage here because that snowfall is starting to look like Star Wars and warp speed. At the front of somebody's reefer trailer or something, and turned out it's just a building or something with some kind of green light on part of it. Alright, the truck, the car right behind me is staying right behind, but now the truck that's back there, 2 vehicles back, look like he's dropping back a little bit, so he's probably getting a little bit concerned about the visibility here. I'll back it back off to 45 here, especially you see that coming up. Starting to look better here. On another guy is getting ready to come over the hill. Bastards! Look at that! Yeah! Warp speed 10! Wow! That's a good way to get some vertigo. Shit's getting real, man. This be a hell of a view for you guys. It'll look like there's nothing even falling. on the Texas 87. Stop. Now. If I had better wiper, I need to get a better wiper over there for that right side, and then yeah. Also, if I had more of the negative 32 degree washer fluid, I have some in there, but not much. So I said, don't think that I'm not certain that I won't have a problem with ice buildup on the windshield if I do try to use it. I guess I can stop shining my brights at you. Vehicle right behind me. And somebody else coming again. Use my windshield wipers. Almost looks like nothing's even falling. And then as soon as you put the high beams on, you can see it all coming down. About 6:30 by the time I get there. See all this other truck traffic going the other way is going similar speed. Don't know if their side's been plowed or not. I haven't seen any plow activity on either side though, so I suspect not. thought it might actually be a plow there, but let's see if we get a little closer. Yeah, that is a plow. Not enough of those guys out running right now. This appears might be another plow here. No, he's not a plow. I don't know. He might be a salt truck or something. He's a road maintenance truck. I just couldn't tell what exactly it was. I could tell he didn't have a plow on him though. see a lot of cars, a lot of people, especially four-wheelers, losing control and going into ditches and stuff, or medians or wherever. Sierra Blanca, 27 miles away. And Sierra Blanca put me right on the very edge of my clock, and not really anything in Sierra Blanca for me to stop at anyway. Not that I know of. I look over there, I always forget if there's anything worth stopping at or not, because I'm not over here enough.
disappeared on a right shoulder over there. I don't even know if anybody's in there or not. I mean, it's just like totally flipped over.
right now, but coming up on 6 a.m. I hope there should be. Shut up! I'm in the middle of the damn lane, you dumbass. I need your input. Just 'cause you can't figure out where the hell. YRC stuck blocking the lane? Is that what's going on? Yep, I think that's what's up. YRC looks like he's stuck in a position where he's blocking the road. What's going on now? Let's all back up, YRC. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to get over a rut or something. I can't tell what's going on over there, but back up further and try to get a better running start on that. This Save Express truck is not going to help YRC though. Stuck and make it worse. Yeah, he's spinning the tires. Damn it, you're gonna make it. You're gonna make it where you can't even get into there. And him having wiggle wagons, it's trying to back up is not easy for them. So it's like, well, he has a chance. Shit, dude, put your chains on or something. That's why I'm stuck here. Where you can't get up. On ramp ideally, but the way we're going here, I'm thinking I might just do that. out of there anyway. Okay, so YRC basically, he was trying to get up the hill.
Radio check. How about a radio check?
Loud and clear.
What's the condition of the road? Anybody knows?
Which way you heading?
East.
Yeah, I'm going east also. It's been pretty bad coming in from El Paso though. And I was looking on the map earlier and it looked like I-20 looks like crap. I don't know if you're taking 20 or 10 though.
Yeah, I gotta take 20.
Yeah, if you look at Google traffic data, it looks there's a lot of orange going on pretty much all the way across. Now, if you're in the parking lot, good luck getting in or out, because I think YRC is going to be blocking everybody. Alright, so, yeah, I guess, yeah, we are in a spot, looks like we get some buffering, so. He's still there or something. Anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna end my shift here though, I think, because can't get into the parking lot that I want to get into because YRC's blocking it. So, and out of the way here, so I mean people can go by. Not really ideally where I want to be parked, especially if a plow has to come through here. You never know. Just say, so what am I supposed to do? I'm out of clock time, and I got 22 minutes left. Not really anywhere else that I can go to. Let me double check. I don't think Sierra Blanca has anywhere where I can park. I think the only options I'm going to have between here and there so I do see some parking areas. Get out of here. Eastbound rest area 10 miles away. I don't have any idea what's going on with the traffic situation by the. If there's going to be any available there. I do see some parking areas in the Sierra Blanca area. Chevron, but come on, last parking status, but I can't see it was updated. Yeah, we'll go. Yeah, we'll that. Alright, get out of here. Much care updates to keep doing to trucker path. Couldn't see anything blocking the slip road. The slip road. You rest, I'm going fishing. Oh, nice you get to work. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna. I don't think YRC's going anywhere for now, so. Let's say, I'll just camp out here, be done, and wait 10 hours at least. Should be what, 575-ish out? 574. So hopefully the weather conditions get better. Now this load is due at 9 in the morning tomorrow, so let's see. 1900 tonight. Central time will be probably the earliest that I'm going to go on duty, so I can make sure I have. I don't know. Then I might get it moving earlier if permits, because I don't know. If we plan on leaving around 1900 or 7 p.m. Central time, because I can't guarantee I'll be able to find a parking spot at the, that Americold. They have a staging area, but it's kind of limited on how many spots are available there. And I've had times where that staging area is full, so I don't have much faith in being able to find parking there, especially if I'm going to get there. And
hey, Yellow Free, you stuck right here?
I think the guy right there at the turn was trying to help him, but I don't think he's going to get out of there.
I sure could go for some coffee.
I was kind of holding my shift in that lot there, and then have some good Mexican food later on, and not have to park here on the damn on-ramp.
That's why we like coming here. I got this thing on Trucker's Path. I got it at a store. I like the Mexican food here, and the lot is real big.
Yeah, same for me. Yeah, it's really good, like authentic Mexican food there too, and not a lot of the Americanized crap. Alright, so finally I got my time logged that I want. I'm gonna review my logs, I guess, and then got some documentation to take care of, so I'm gonna have plenty to keep. I'd love to be able to get to start my get over there to Americold earlier in the morning, early in the morning. But yeah, I don't want to show up there and find out I can't find anywhere to park. So yeah, I can walk over there. That's fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna eat right now anyway. They're not open anyway. But for me, it's just a general principle. I don't want to park on a line ramp if I don't need to, and it's unfortunate. It's kind of got my hand forced here by YRC. So it is what it is. Carl, I'm gonna mess with you and not tell you forever. Okay. The load is now. I've had 3 different loads on this shift. Oh, man. Okay, so I started the shift with the load that I picked up myself in Yuma and was going to Batavia, Illinois. In case anybody watching right now wasn't on earlier and doesn't know what was going on, so I'll kind of tell the whole story there. So forgive me if you guys are already familiar with what's going on. Powering another guy's load. The other guy was at the Flying J right there in Yuma. It happened to be the same truck stop I was going to go to scale my own load anyway on my way out of town. And turned out the reason why they wanted me to repower his load is because he was running behind on it. And the reason why...
you be good, Johnny. Y'all have a good one, guys.
Hey, they're behind me. Alright, here.
Alright, you too, my brother.
Alright, okay, so, yeah, I was the truck that just passed by. He came up behind me and for a minute and then took off. Okay, so the guy, he picked up his load in Yuma also at a different shipper. He got all the way out to Tucson before he decided to scale it. Probably, I guess, waited till when he was going to get fuel, and then he decided to scale it, and then find out that it was overweight and it was overgross. 81,000 and change, 81,300. Reworked, and then once he was there, it took I guess 6 hours after he was there, so it ate up his clock, and so now it got him in a bad, loaded in a bad spot. So they asked me to repower it, did it, and then it was a 0800 to 2000 tomorrow dropping hook, or today now, dropping hook that. Even I wasn't going to be able to deliver on time. Even if and I had a fresh 14-hour clock. I just started my shift. All right, are you still getting buffering?
Okay. Okay, so yeah, right when I was starting my pre-trip, I got asked about repowering another guy's load. And the reason why he needed a repower is because he had picked up in Yuma as well, but at a different shipper, and he ended up, instead of scaling his load right there in town, because I guess apparently he thought he was okay on his weights or had reason to. Yep. Well, yeah, he scaled it eventually, but not until he was already in Tucson. Yeah, way late. So, and then from Yuma to Tucson, that's all right. Uh, Taylor Farms is like around, over right in between the exit 3 and exit 7. So we'll just have to say about 175 miles to get to Casa Grande, and then another 70 to get from Casa Grande to the truck stops in Tucson. Yeah, so he put in 250 miles before he bothered to scale the load, and then to find out he's over gross and had to drive another 250 back. So that was probably a pretty costly mistake on his part too, with because he's not gonna. What's that? Here's how he'll get charged for it, because the miles that he basically ran, he didn't really log any. He's not gonna get any real paid miles out of it, because it's gonna show that his swap point is 10 miles away up, and we pay for our own spot 500 or about 500 miles worth of fuel that it's not gonna cover, it's not gonna pay. So that's the way he's gonna learn the hard way. Don't ever do that. Dallas. Yeah, Miracle in Dallas. But now here's the thing. His load is not the one I'm under right now. Because what happened was because I already knew there was going to be a problem with on-time delivery for me taking this load away, and they had already set for another power in El Paso. Oh yeah, I'm like 50 miles past El Paso. So yeah, I stopped in El Paso, got there not too long after the other guy woke up, because I texted him while I was on my 30 to let him know, hey, I'll be there at such and such time, and he just so happened to wake up when I was maybe, I don't know, 10, 15 miles away. What do we got going on over here? CA, is that a pickup? Yeah, it's a pickup. Is that what I'm seeing? Oh, oh no, he's in my rearview mirror. Yeah, but I was kind of curious what was going on there. But Anyway, yeah, I ended up swapping with that guy. His load's due in also in Dallas, but it's going to Miracle. Mine was going to Taylor Farms, or the one that I originally swapped for was going to Taylor Farms, and so they swapped me out with him, so he can, yeah, since he's gonna have a fresh clock and can run it in, and I don't think he can time now either. Road condition. It's at least forgivable if he can't because whether but it's another thing when I can't. I don't envy the guys at the in Sapulpa having to explain to Taylor Farms that their load's going to be or possibly late because the driver drove 250 miles away before bothered to scale it and have to come all the way back to rework it. Yeah, so yeah, and even when I was talking to the swap guy, he was saying, "Yeah, we're already in hot water with the customer and understand for that." Uh, yeah, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. I guess you can call it Texas 87. That's where I was trying to park, but I couldn't get into there because YRC's blocking the access to it. So yeah, I exit 87 on I-10 in Texas. Yeah, right. You wouldn't think that you would ever see snow in this part of Texas, but yeah, it's right. No, we just freeform or call in or whatever and say we got a problem with weather. So, well, as you mentioned that, I do kind of make sure our load's running at the, staying at the right temps and all that. Now, it's kind of, I call it more of a check call because it does ask, are you running on time with your load? And then if you're not, they want to know why it's running behind and what your ETA is. Yeah, it just, yeah, weather delays. Some, oh, yeah, for us, it's different. Uh, 'Cause, I mean, yeah, they can usually get a reschedule on the delivery if need be, if weather is the reason why they are behind. But yeah, and that's how JCT operates too. Even if any chance they have to make on-time delivery, regardless of whatever the delays are, they'll try to do it. But but do it safely, of course. And so, yeah, the guy do because of this. I seriously question whether he'll even have if he'll be able to get it in time because if he's going to sit here and have to run 40 to 50 miles an hour, if even that, for a huge amount of that time, and it's 625 miles from El Paso to Dallas. So, I'll give you a little. Well, actually, from coming on the west, from the west. Let's see. Maybe who's anybody watching who might have been seen it. I'd say over in the in Las Cruces area. Might have been over by where kind of where the Loves is at over there on the west side, before you start going down the hill. Or maybe just as you start getting into Las Cruces, somewhere in that ballpark. I remember is when it started to be at least noticeable that it was. It's a good chunk of distance, as far as I know, because if you go onto Google Maps and look at the traffic speed data, just look at I-20 from I-10 all the way over to Dallas Fort Worth. Yeah, yeah. Uh, well, yeah, and look on Google Maps too, because a lot of people don't know that if you just look on Google Maps, yeah, like if you look at I-20 all the way from I-10 to Dallas Fort Worth area, a huge chunk of that is orange and not green like it's supposed to be. That tells you right there that there's a huge amount of I-20 there that is not in good shape. Yeah, so that he's not gonna get that load delivered on time, not with these weather conditions. But at least he has a better chance than I did. So this is you can take your damn weather back, Carl. This is your weather. Um, all right. It's gonna be longer than 10. Or possibly. I don't know if I don't think that Americold starts. I don't think they have 24-hour. I forget. And I'm concerned that if I get over there, I won't be able to find a spot to park. Their little stage, it's not big enough half the time. Or I'll just leave or something, and then I'll have my full 14-hour clock to work with to cover these miles and. Uh, no, it shouldn't. But then again, I don't know if this. Yeah, but oh yeah, I don't think they have enough plows. I did see a couple plows over here not too long before I got off the freeway, but those were the first ones I saw at all. And there was a section between El Paso and here that was in really the fast lane was in shape. It really needed to be plowed. All right, couple hours or. Oh, I'm not even hungry right now anyway. I don't like to eat right before I go to bed because then I'll get more like acid reflux or whatever. So figure I'll get a break in later on to. All right. Yeah, thanks. How about some luck giving you your weather back? This isn't supposed to be down here. It's supposed to be up there where you're at, okay? And Tom says, yeah, Carl, you take your weather and funk off. Can you blame him? Cut cookies and slide your trailer around? All right. I'll talk to you later. Have a good one. You too.
Yeah, Carl, of course, for those of you guys, and only 3 of you online now, so I want to just go ahead and end the stream here and say hell with it. I can take care of my certifying my logs and all that, and do my reefer status check and crap, and get some rest. So, oh, now we're back up to 5. Wow, yeah. Anyway, yeah, thanks for. I didn't expect. Look at I-10 of all places in Texas. Read them and weep. It's let's say it's I-80 can take its weather back. I don't know why it's down here. It's came for a visit, I guess, but it is what it is. So, all right, you guys have a great day. Like I said, I'll be back on sometime this evening. I don't have a clue when. 575 miles out from. I'm on my way to Dallas, and I'll stream the first half of that at least. May or may not stream the second half too. I don't know. It's due at 9 in the morning tomorrow though. So, all right. So